Microphone is on. You lose your battery? Hello, my friends. Welcome to a very special edition of Power Block. We are here in the Mint Potion Studios, and I'm your friendly Vert. And we're starting to do Power Block pretty much all the time now. It was a Wednesday thing before, but I'm way too busy to just do it on only Wednesdays. This is supposed to be the Watch Us Work show, and we're working pretty much around the clock, even on non-Mint Potion stuff. We're doing all kinds of freelance stuff, and one of the biggest ones we're doing right now is Shovel Knight. So I have to write all the Shovel Knight music in the next couple of weeks to a month. You know, like as the DLC is coming together, it's pretty much ready to go, and I just need to put in music now. So I'm going to be working on Shovel Knight music for the foreseeable future on stream. So we have permission from Yacht Clubs, and they're all behind it, and we just want to show you the process of composing music in FamiTracker and with orchestra and all kinds of cool stuff. So I'm going to write a song for the trailer today. The trailer does not exist yet, and they're going to cut it around the music. So I'm going to make like a 1.5 to 2 minute song, and it's going to have chiptune and orchestra in it. It's going to be a concerto for VRC6. It's going to be, you know, like a piano concerto has piano as the main instrument, but it's got the orchestra booming around it. This is going to be the same thing, but it's instead of a piano or a harpsichord or a flute or a violin, it's going to be a chiptune instead. So I'm going to try to write classical music in the classical style. Not just classical as a generic catch-all for orchestra music, but it's going to be the classical era, as in Mozart. I've been listening to a lot of Mozart lately, so I'm going to write a song that's very much in that style, with my own, you know, little tweaks here and there to give it my own sound. But it's going to be for a trailer, and it's going to be dramatic, so it has to start out kind of low and then build into a big epic climax. So for right now, you're going to see the chiptune part being created, and if I have enough time, I might move to the orchestra part. But for right now, I'm going to start on the chip. So that's the basic part of it. Oh, yeah! Yeah, so if people are wondering why I'm wearing a mask, you could probably hear it in my voice, but I'm lisping like crazy. I had a dental injury the other day. I busted my face up. So I have to I have to get into the dentist tomorrow and get my bridge fixed. So until then, you guys get to see me in new daddy mode. It's like I'm in the delivery room. Like, hey honey, push. Except instead of pushing out a baby, I'm pushing out a song. Oh, that's creepy. All right, let's get to work, guys. What do you think? How's everybody doing? I see a bunch of people in the chat right now. A bunch of y'all showed up to watch this. I hope it's not boring. But we do this every single week. We're streaming 3 days a week, and now 4 days a week. Probably 5 days a week eventually, because we're getting permission from all of our clients to work on the air. So you guys get to see me dick around in music software until I come up with something. All right, so yeah, and it's like you know, I walk into a store and they're like, "What are you, Japanese or something?" And I'm like, honorary maybe, but not native. I know a bunch of Japanese people who would adopt me as their kid. All right, let's go. Right now, we're channeling old white dead guys, though. We're going to be, why isn't my mouse clicking? Hey. It appears that my FamiTracker window has crashed. So I'm going to restart FamiTracker. I don't know if I saved it. We're off to a good start. Welcome to music making. It's a constant disaster. Nothing ever works the first time. So, let me, oh, yeah, what? Oh, yeah, there's an echo. Yeah, I shouldn't hear myself doing anything. All right, let me mute the television. See, guys, up above over here, you can't see it, but I have a courtesy monitor, which is a big TV screen that's above all these other screens. And it shows me what I'm doing, so I can see if I'm like, you know, naked on the stream or something. But it also echoes. So, okay, let's restart FamiTracker. Oh boy, FamiTracker. See FamiTracker. Or is it COCC? Yeah, it's OCC Family Tracker. Okay, cool. Hey, and it didn't save my window positioning that I took like a half an hour to make. All right, let's move this into place. Hopefully when I drag it up here, it won't maximize. Here you go. Good enough. I don't want to drag it to the top because it'll maximize it. Trying to make it so you guys can see everything. Awesome. All right. Now, recent files. Trailer. Yeah. Okay. First thing I'm going to do is delete everything else in here. Oh, guys, I'm deleting all the Shovel Knight music. No, don't worry. This is a different file. All right. Let's add a new one. Delete this one. Boop. All right, VRC6. Why do I have no audio coming out? You guys hearing that in there? Actually, they can't tell me other than the walkie-talkie. You guys got audio?
I can kind of hear it, you're kind of low.
That's probably it's coming through my mic. Can we see if, I gotta see where we're coming in through. Do you hear it chiptune or just piano? Man, let me just put my TV up, hang on. Is it coming through my mic or the stream? Great. Let's make it not. Yeah. Well, let me save this and I'll play other. Boop. Here's what I was working on last episode. People got to watch this being made live. Check this out. All right, so what you guys heard was a mini game just now. And this expansion, both of them. All right, so there's two more expansions coming. There's Spectre and there's King Knight. And so I'm working on both at the same time. So I'm doing songs that can be mini games. This is for the King Knight campaign. But today what I'm going to do is work on the Spectre of Torment trailer. So All right, so let me first mute my other machine. That is piano coming through. because I have MIDI going into two different computers right now, so I got to clean one of them up. And I don't know exactly where it's coming out of right now. So let's see. Let's have a look if I can mute that thing. Where is my Cubase window? Hold up. Momentico. I don't know where the damn window is. Project. There it is. Okay. Mute. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so sorry, this blank period is me listening to music in my head, and it's kind of like a quiet process that I got to do at the beginning to just try to get the idea flowing in my head, because I just listened to this other track and it kind of blew out what I was hearing before. So I got to press the rewind button and go back to the other track. So do 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 do. All right, cool. So it's going to be it's going to start out with the NES sounds. And yes, bigger version of what's happening on stream. We're switching back and forth between my view and the window of me working. So I'm still just prepping right now. I'm still getting my ideas together. And if this is your first time here on the stream, know that this light behind you and this blue light over here, you guys can turn all these on by going to circle.mintpotion.com. I'll put it in the chat. You guys can turn on my lights by hitting the buttons on that website. So if you go there, you can control the light show in my studio while I work. And that doesn't distract me. It actually cheers me on. So keep it going the whole time if you can. We call this dings. If you ding me, it's like clapping. I do believe in fairies. See, the blue light turned on because somebody out in the audience went around and, there's the green light over there. A laser will come on any second now, probably. These pink lights will come on, probably now. Come on, pink lights. Somebody get the pink lights. Do it for me. There's the laser. Yeah, woo! As soon as I get a fog machine in here, we're going to turn this into a light show. So this is how I get motivated, is just basically cheering me on via the internet. So, all right, let's start. You guys ready? All right, first thing I'm going to do first is lay out the melody here, because I have a very strong chord base for this. No, first thing I got to do, I got to get the tempo right. So here's how you do that. Here's the trick. I'll explain what I'm doing as I go, because I know a lot of the stuff is going to be like mumbo jumbo to some of the people watching, and then we got like Family Tracker ninjas on, some of the other people watching. So I don't want to quote unquote dumb things down, because there's nothing dumb about, even easy chiptune is difficult. So I'm going to take you through it and explain the process so that we can see what's going on here. I want this to be fast because I need to do a lot of detail in here. Okay. Speed 3 might be enough. All right, so what I'm doing is I put down a bunch of hi-hats here, and I'm going to make this 128 rows. That's actually pretty close to what I want. The standard 153. No, that's a little bit fast. So what I'm going to do is make this 192 rows instead. And I'm going to take the speed down to 2 and change my base here so that every row is 24 instead of 16 of these little rows here. So it changes the timing. Now check this out. Whoops. There's a groove setting that I could use. I'm trying to think what timing because this is effectively the same tempo as before. Now, you know what? I'm going to go back into 3 and 150. This is going to be fine. Okay, cool. All right, let's work. Wait. I need to go in here. You'll see me continuously messing with the settings as I go, because this is kind of a newish install, and why is my velocity mapped out? Okay, so I need to mask velocity is what this will do is every time I press a key on my keyboard, how hard I hit it is going to be how loud the volume is in here, which is really handy because I can play stuff out as I want it to be without having to go back and do a bunch of volume commands. That brrr you guys keep hearing in the background, that's the laser turning on. Mask volume, Alt-V. All right, so I'm not sure if it's masking volume right now or if I'm just doing something. Yeah, all right, great. Okay, so we're going to take this down to 6. This command, this column that's highlighted right now, this is the volume of each individual. Oh, crap, what did I just do? I hit the wrong key. This is the volume of each individual track. So what I just did just now, you know, let me change the highlight color so you can see the volume a little more clearly instead of it being volume column. Let's make the color a little more legible for you guys at home. So you can actually see what's highlighted now. That's good. And I like to change my thing from fixed this to either MS Sans Serif or there was a programmer font I was using for a while that I like. But was it Console? This also works pretty nicely. Any monospace font. Nah, I'll just change it back to I'll change it back to fixed this for right now. I like thinner line notes. I've always been a thin line note tracker guy. I made my own impulse tracker font that was like a single pixel instead of these thick ass ones. You know, just little preferences while you work. All right, so now we got to go back here and start putting in our note cuts. There we go. I want it to fade back up. So I'm going to fade it back to down here. I want this to be an F by the time it's done. So for anyone who has never tracked before, all these numbers and letters here, this is hexadecimal from 0 to F instead of from 0 to 9. So it goes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. So F is the maximum for the volume. If it's at F, it's at max volume. So what's this doing here? This is going down from E all the way down to 6, and then back up to F. So listen to this swell. You hear how it goes, bing? That's what I want. I actually want it to be more drastic, so I want it to go down from 4 all the way back up to F. This is something I wish they'd fix about the FamiTracker interface. If I go down here and start selecting from here, it works like this sometimes, but not always. Anyway. I actually want to bring this down to 5. I'm just going to do this one by hand. 5, 6, 8, A, C, E, F. So it's a little more of a drastic coming back up. So it's like, ding, there you go. All right, cool. Now we got to do the harmony that goes along with that. Actually, I'm going to do this whole thing. I'm going to do this whole column here. So if this is people's first introduction to FamiTracker, this is all of the Shovel Knight music and all of the sound effects were created in this little musical spreadsheet here, which is a free program that you can all download at FamiTracker.com. I'm using a hacked version of it called 0cc because FamiTracker's source is available. Some guy, Hurts Devil, and a bunch of like the hardcorest of the hardcore FamiTracker users made a fork of it, which is like they take the source, make their own changes, and make it like a new product, basically, a new SKU, as it were. So this is a new version of FamiTracker that's not by the original author, except it's his basic work, and then they expanded on it with all kinds of new features that I'm still getting familiar with. So I'm going to be finding stuff all over this thing that I didn't even know existed. All right, so let me take this up to 256 rows, because I want to do everything in a single pattern when I can. All right, then we copy paste this again. Now this is the third one, so I want this to go, I want it to be, E down to like 6. Oh, it's here. If you have the whole thing selected, and I want to start selecting here, it'll extend it instead of starting a new selection, which is not what I like. The reason you see me like going like this sometimes and sometimes it skips is I have a row skip setting. So I can be like, all right, now whenever I hit the down arrow or put in a note, I want it to skip down 2 instead of 1 row. You see how it's skipping 2 instead of 1? You can get fine-grained if you want, but you want to leave enough room so that you can put little like, you know, like a little grace note. You know, so you can do fast stuff like that. There's ways around that, but you still want to have enough resolution. So I'm actually going to keep that little grace note. I just did was copy paste, but I'm going to change the notes, but not the timing of the notes. So, ding, ding, ding. Whoops. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, da, ding, ding. Ding, ding, da, ding. Ding, da, ding, 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 bum, bum. Put a little vibrato in here. This is what vibrato is. I don't need to explain this very hard because you'll get it immediately. Check this out. Listen to what this sounds like. You hear how it goes bow, wow, wow, wow. Bow. That's to make it sound a little more like any singer. Well, not any singer, but a lot of singers are going to go. They're not just going to go, Mary had a little lamb. They're going to go, Mary had a little lamb. And put some vibrato like Pavarotti. Oh! All right, so that's the effect I'm going for here a little bit, but not a singer as much. So let's take this down from E to 6. All right. So this sounds really repetitive, right? It's just G sharp the whole time. But listen to what I do with the chords. Check this out. And I can even use the same, I can just copy this and then change the instrument to number 10. So over here we've seen, this is the volume column right here. This is the instrument column. And 08, if you look at the FamiTracker Shovel Knight files, like 08 is everywhere. That's the main voice of Shovel Knight. It's the lead main. When I'm doing like an FX album or a really complex chip album, I will use all kinds of different instruments for the lead. But Shovel Knight is supposed to sound a little bit more Mega Man-y, a little bit more minimal. So I only use the same main lead for most of this stuff. And I do stuff with it, but I don't necessarily use like a guitar voice or a trumpet voice or a specific piano, except for this one, which is, here's the difference between a piano and a main lead. The other one sounds like this. Right? But a piano lead, it's just a shorter version, basically. It's not an actual piano sound, but we'll put an actual piano sound in here. So let's change the instrument to this. And then I can transpose these notes down by 2. Transposing is just shifting. So it's like you go on your piano keyboard and you just go down 2. But that's the same one. Do, 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 do. So, right? I actually got it backwards. There we go. All right, so. Whoa, 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 whoa. Nope, I need this to be 10 actually. So I'm going to copy this whole segment here, paste it onto here. Now we have 10. Whoops. All right, so I'm actually use a sawtooth for this. Let's copy it over here and then switch it to the sawtooth instrument like before. This is number 16, is VRC saw long. These are all the instruments that I used in the original Shovel Knight, all of them. Some of them I modified from things that I found on the Family Tracker forum, like I used the Quickman snare that somebody had ripped, and I sort of customized it to how I like it. But a lot of these I just, like, this repeating square is like one of these guys. I mean, in the beginning of Mole Knight stage. You know, that kind of sound. So it does a little bit of automated stuff, but I'm still doing most of the tricks by hand. So 0cc makes it a lot easier to do that kind of stuff. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Whoops. Oh, wait. Now, here's where we diverge a little bit. I'm not just going to copy paste. I'm going to make some counterpoint. Whoops, overshot that one. Oh, phone is ringing. Hey, we got a pattern already. We got the beginning of this track. So, wow, there's 122 people in here right now. Hello, all of our new friends. We are Mint Potion, and we make stuff, including Shovel Knight music, but also including a ton of other things. We're making video games. We're doing tracks in 6 hours, speed writing music. So if you tune into us every week, all week long, we're doing stuff. So hopefully Mint Potion will be place you look when you want to feel good about creativity, because we're always shooting it out because it's oozing out of all of us. It's not just me. It's I got a whole team of like a half dozen people in here, sometimes more, helping to produce this whole stream. It's not just my music, it's everybody's making music together here, which is incredible. I got a team now. So, take a little of my nicotine help here to steal my nerves for what comes next. Don't worry, I'm not smoking weed up in here on Twitch. See, this is how the man, I still have this highlighting bug where it goes from the bottom like that. Whatever. Screw it. All right. Let's put a little triangle here. Triangle is usually the bass, but not always. It can be up here in the, but it can also be. That's the Nintendo bass sound that y'all recognize. That kind of, the sort of buzzy kind of bass. All right, so I'm gonna just put a little bass note here to anchor it along with the sawtooth. The thing about the triangle channel though is the volume doesn't matter whether it's at F or 0 or 1 or 2 or 1. It's not gonna get any quieter because it doesn't have volume that I can control. There's a ways to hack around it to get, because of the way the electricity works in the Nintendo, if I'm using stuff over here in the DPCM channel, I can make the triangle sound quieter because it's overloading the circuit. And FamiTracker emulates that. So I can actually do sort of volume swells in the triangle, but I'm not gonna, like, I can actually show you right now. I'm streaming. I keep forgetting that. So if I make this, check out the volume of the triangle channel will actually decrease. Whoops, hello, wrong channel is unmuted. Listen to that compared to this. It's much quieter. So I can do this. I can go Z40 up here and fade them. You hear that's much quieter? It like fades down. I'll fade it back up again so you can see. In fact, I might use this in this technique. It works on the real thing. And I'm not using noise, so it's not going to sound crappy. Nah. I don't want it to continue for that long. I just want a little bite of it. Man, this selection thing sucks. Whatever. Let me reset the Z to 0 just to be sure. These little lines here, this is a cutoff. The equal sign looking one, this is a release the instrument. Look at the difference. You hear how it kind of fades out at the end, but watch this. It just cuts it right there. So the single line is a cut, and a double line is a turn off the note and ring out at the end. So I don't even like that, nah, so I'm gonna make it. Down, do do, down, do 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 do. Ah, dude, I was too early. There we go. Ding, 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 ding. And I'll cut it off right before that next one, so there's 2 notes here. And then I'm going to do a kick on this one. You probably recognize that from all over the Shovel Knight soundtrack. And I'm going to delay this a little bit, so... Yep. Ding. Boom. That's too long. Also, I don't like this. No, this one. Where is it? It's that one. It's coming on too assertively right now, so let's work into it. All right, so I've inserted a new pattern, a new order of the Empire. Okay, so now we are going to do the same thing again, but it's going to be more epic because it's leading into the... I mean, don't worry about this classical shit. It's going to go epic after the intro because this is a trailer. So I'm going to have the... and yes, I am using a controller to enter the notes. I'm using the keyboard as a MIDI input. I can enter notes in the tracker just using the PC keyboard here. I can be like... So it works as a MIDI keyboard, but I have a keyboard right here and it's faster. So I've been using the PC keyboard to track for years and years and years and years. But I've only recently started using keyboard entry. Hi, what's going on? Maybe. Maybe. Let me see. I could probably make the patterns a little bit bigger, but not too much bigger. Because I got to still work on this. And I got to like... I guess I can hide the instrument view as well. So I can take out the control panel. Yeah, that gives me a little more. Control F2 will hide and show the control panel. You know, I'm going to just make it F2 so I can hide that easily. Get back into it. Shortcut. Yeah, sorry about that. It's sometimes a little hard to Control F2 clear, and we'll just make that F2. Woo! All right. Now we're a little bit bigger. You can see a little more of what's going on the screen. So hopefully that's a little bit more clear. All right, so here's where we start bringing in the counterpoint on the side here. I got to go back in here and see what I'm doing here. How's everyone doing today? Are you guys having a great Monday? As great as can be expected? What's your question, Theorizo7? Ask me again and I'll answer it myself. I'm not at Mint Potion, but I am watching the chat as much as I can because I want to make this an educational experience instead of just like, you know, doing my thing and letting you guys sit there and watch, because I can work almost as fast talking as I'd talk to myself anyway. So Eccentric Matrix says, no, today feels really off. Man, that sucks. Hopefully you'll be cheered up by the end of it. Hopefully we will do some good work together. If you got something you're working on, by all means, throw me on in the background and work on it while you're watching. That's the beauty of Mint Potion. You can watch us do our thing, or just have us on in the background as company. You know, it's like having a little office. Okay, so let's get epic here. I want to find out what Theorizo says. How am I pronouncing it wrong? Theorizo 7. I don't want anyone's questions to go unanswered. Now we can do the kick again. And we can take out the... I'm going to move this over into the Sawtooth channel. Actually, I'm going to move all this stuff over. But because it's a Sawtooth, I got to now change the instrument back to a Sawtooth compatible one. Now I'm going to move this into VRC1. So whoa, hello. All right, so I'm going to put in dun 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 dun. See, because I'm using the keyboard, I don't have to go back and enter these volume commands. I can just play it how I want it. The harder I hit it, see, that's an E. I can't seem to go actually above E. Well, that's troublesome. I shouldn't be anyway for most things, but I can go 0 or 2 or 3 just by tapping it. Right? But I want this to be 8 instrument, and I want to cut it off. Like, maybe here, but maybe one down. Let's see how it sounds. Yeah, perfect. All right, cool. We're good on that. Yep. Whoops. See that selection thing I was talking about there? Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. All right, cool. Oh, wait, it's on the wrong instrument. Durr. Okay, let's bring it back to 8. Do. Okay, wait, we have questions coming in. Let's take a break for a second and answer a question or two. Okay, let's see. Ciorizo says, Vertice, I was wondering if there's any way to make the Family Tracker portion of the stream higher res because I'm trying to read what you're inputting, but it's too blurry to make out most of it. Also, I'm a source, so yeah. This is about the sharpest we're going to be able to get it for right now, because if I make the text much bigger, I'm not going to be able to see what I'm working on. So it's going to have to be a compromise a little bit. I made the text a little bit bigger, but I can't get it much bigger. I've already jumped it up 1 notch. Let me try doing 1 more notch just so you can get a clear view, because I want this to be educational as much as it is, just a demonstration. So let me try to get the text a little bit bigger. Make it 14. The bigger the text is, the smaller I have to, the more I have to scroll around, because it's, let's see if I can get a better, maybe Courier, because it's a thin line font, so it might, no, that's going to look terrible on the stream. Lucida Sans might work. That's a nice clear font. Can you see that better? Is that clearer than the fixed this? That's about the biggest I can get the text without compromising my ability to work, but I can make the text something bigger. All right, let me go down. Let's see. Question for Vert. How much of this composition was planned and how much of it is being improvised live right now? You seem to have a good idea of what you want to do. 100% in here. There's going to be little things about the phrasings of things and just how I kind of pick up on the next part that are going to be, it's going to be seat of the pants. I'm going to have to figure it out as I go. But the main chords and the melody and the flow of the song, I can listen to it as if it's an iPod in my head. It's very, very clear because I've been working on it pretty much the whole past 24 hours. I've been just obsessing over this. So the volume commands on triangle are because I'm entering with a keyboard and it automatically puts it in. I will go back and remove them by the end, but they don't matter. They can be there as much as they want for right now. It's part of the cleanup process. All right, let's see. Yes, of course, they're going to be deleted. Don't worry about it. All right, what else are we doing? Yeah, it's much better. Okay, you just need to zoom in a little bit. Hey, I have people who have all kinds of vision, and some people can see stuff that's really small, and other people can't. So I'm trying to accommodate the best I can. It's a little bit of a juggle because you want to make sure you can still work without having to scroll constantly. But I usually work on a portrait mode monitor that's just all 128 rows. I don't even have to scroll. I just look down and I'm like, oh, I'm looking at the bottom of the pattern. All right, so let's see. And yeah, I do my drafts by I have my instruments that I use for Shovel Knight, and it never changes because everything's in one file for the main game. So I have to share instruments, and most of what I use is instrument number 8, this lead over here. That's the primary Shovel Knight voice. And then, of course, the VRCs, and then the sawtooths and all that stuff. I'm using a very minimal instrument set on this. So, all right. And yes, I am planning on making the FTM public eventually. I got to clean it up first. All right, so let's get back to work on this. Wait, first let me nicotine up here. Do. Let's see what my harmony's doing over here. Let me get the harmonies in this one working first, because this is a different section. I'm not going to copy paste her. Whoops. Whoa, hey. Not cool. Man, stop calling me, everybody. I'm getting calls from New Jersey from my old number, the guy that had my number before me, and it's like every day, all day. I've had this number since 2005. Ugh. They're like, Andrew, and I'm like, no, man. Andrew ain't here. Ain't no Thelma here. So this is going to be in its own next pattern. So I'm going to stop it here, and then I'm going to go to a next pattern. Actually, I already had one laid out. Down. Here we go. Dum, ba-dum. Nah, Now check this. I'm gonna go directly into the next one because this comes next. Whoops. Do-do. Whoops. Do-do. Let's actually start this on a new pattern too. So I'm gonna go down here, grab all this, new pattern. Dun, dun, bum, bum, bum. Da-da-da-da-dum. Bum, 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 bum. It's gonna have a minor classical version of the Shovel Knight theme. So it's gonna be like this. Check it out. Right? It's Shovel Knight, but it's twisted around because it's mysterious and emotional, and it's perhaps happening in a different setting than we're used to. So we want to like take it and make it some brand new take on the theme. So. Oh God, I just did the harmonies. I didn't fix the whole rest of it. Hold up. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. No, the bass has to go there, away. It's got to go to a different bass. And then, oh yeah. There we go. Do 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 do. Whoops! Wait! Or. And a little turnaround here, turnabout is fair play. I don't want it to be that fast though. I'm gonna do a little technique here using delays, and I got 1 and 2. So watch, two. Watch what I do now. You hear that? So I can actually make this cut off on the 2, so it's just a tiny bit of gap. I'm gonna do the same thing here. So there's almost no separation between the notes. This command, this column here, is the effect command. What this does is it lets me do cool stuff like that vibrato command I showed you. It allows me to delay stuff. It's like a general purpose do stuff column. This is sort of instructions to the tracker to do something special with that voice. The cool thing is, if I run out, I could just add another one and another one and another one. So I have up to 4 command columns that I could do whatever I want with. I try to stick it to like 1 or 2, because I grew up using trackers where there was no second column. You had to fit everything in 1. So, and also you couldn't just turn vibrato on and then turn it off later. You had to do the whole thing. As long as you wanted vibrato happening, you had to like fill it. So. Whoops. I'm going to cut this one off. Whoops. Whoops. Oh yeah, I gotta make the triangle do its thing. I'm like, why is the triangle just pedaling a whole chord? It's not. I just didn't turn it off. Oops, wait. There's more stuff happening. I forgot about the counterpoint it was playing later. Oh, yeah. Do 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 bow. Whoa, hello. Not cool. All the dogs are like, woo! Mm, 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 mm. How do you get out of a block? Here's the quickest way to get out of a block. Compose music so often that you pretty much, it's a second skin at that point. Practice makes perfect. I wasn't always able to just squirt out a song like this. It took a long time sometimes to come up with ideas, but once you do it enough, you straight up just get better at it. You get better at hearing what's in here and getting it out. And you get better at hearing what's in here, first of all. You hear more stuff. More things come into your head spontaneously. The more you practice. Let's see. I'm trying to keep up with questions. Yep, you can do triplets completely. Here's how to do a triplet. Check this out. Oh, I'll make it. Whoa, crap, not there. I'll make a new pattern. Go in here. Watch this. Whoops, not there. All right, check it out. Whoa, that's not the right one. All right. Let's take this up to 6 so you can see really quick. Watch. Here's how to do triplets in Family Tracker. You use and this is in any tracker, by the way. So you make 3 notes and then skip one, and then on the first of the second row, you put a G command or whatever your delay command is, and then you go a third of the way into your speed. So if your speed's set to 6 up here, you want to do 2 and then 4, right? So you do this all the way down. Anytime you want a triplet, you do 2 and 4. And there's other ways to do this too, depending on, wow, numlock is off. So that is a triplet in normal time. So if I were to put a hi-hat over here. You hear it? It's triplets. So you can do triplets using delays even if you have limited rows and you run out of space. Also, I can just set the speed at will. So if I need double resolution for a certain pattern, I could just fill it with stuff and have it go twice as fast. Makes it really easy to do whatever timing you want. I've never found timing in a tracker to really be an impediment. I can do a lot of realistic sounding instrument performances with the delay command. So that's how you do guitar solos that sound kind of like a little bit delayed, just that little bit off, makes it all the difference in the world. In rock and roll music, the chugs and the drums and all that stuff are leading the beat. They're actually off time a little bit to make it seem driving. You know, if you listen to a lot of hip hop, the snare is just kind of like whenever it's like like whenever it feels like hitting the snare, and it gives it that laid back feel if it's behind the beat. And if it's ahead of the beat, it's going to feel more driving. So there's a lot of ways you can alter tempo very subtly to make a really big difference. All right, let's get going on this. All the time we're slow motion. Yo, this is the vaporwave mix. Homer Simpson in 3D, spinning on a wireframe grid like that. Oh, we chillin' all day, watching some Simpsons core. All right, let's go back to the normal speed. Demonstrative purposes. Okay, let's do it. have a sawtooth in there. Oh, come on. Man, I hate selecting stuff in Family Tracker. I'm just going to do it with the keyboard, like nature intended. Oh. I didn't even select the right thing. What? There we go. So we move this, remember our fade trick from right at the beginning? Move this down to 8 and then fade it back up. Actually, let's move it down to 4 because these are really loud channels. They seem to be louder than the other channels on average. So now it goes like this. And that's maybe a little, no, you know, that's good. I don't like how it goes down to almost nothing. And then cut it off here. There we go. Dong. I want that. I want an E in there. Yeah. Whoops, I can't go down that low. Now here's the new trick in the Do Everything column. Detune. Doesn't that sound cool? A little too much. So let's detune this again. Whoops. Let's copy that. Whoops. that's still detuned. That jumped out at me. So this has to fade down too. Wow. Let's bring it to 7. All the way down. Fade it here for 3. And down here at the back is Beetlebug. Alright, let's go. I could even do a tremolo here. Check this out. Too slow. The suspenseful string. And now I can just copy and paste that other part in there. All right, so I'm going to take my volume here. Nice. Oh, God, kill me. Let me make sure there's nothing in there that's supposed to not be cut off. All right, cool. So, this off-tune thing, it's P8 whatever, or P7 whatever will go down. So 8 goes up. So this is actually a little higher. You see? So I could just tune it the tiniest bit. But I have to make sure to turn it off afterwards or everything's going to sound out of tune. Great. Let's make this nice and loud. All there's actually not enough of a... But just to be on the safe side, let's take the volume down too. So it actually cuts off really nice and loud at the beginning there. All right, so now we have them on all of these. It sounds really basic, but once it's in harmony with the other things, check it out. Whoops. No, goes down here. That might not work. No. What is even that? Just writing a little fugue stuff right now. Oh, how's everybody doing so far? You having good fun? As you see, this stuff starts out very bare bones and minimal, and it evolves over time. I'm laying out stuff that's in my head, but only one note at a time, so you can't hear the full harmony and the full epicness of the thing, because I don't have a headphone out jack on my skull, unfortunately. We're working on that, though. Wouldn't be surprised if we managed to invent one somehow. Hey, the entire FT Discord is here. We say hi. Hello, FT Discord. Welcome. I'm so glad you're here with me, and I hope all of you do shows just like this and show how you work in FamiTracker, because I want to watch. Yeah! Yeah, we got to get on the FamiTracker Discord and practice together. This is like the best, this is the most fun I ever have writing music, is working on FamiTracker stuff. I should say vocal harmony is a close second, though. make it super awesome. Down, doo, doo, do, 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 do. Up. There we go. All right, let's do something about this lead here. So let's start it at D and then fade it down. And then start it back up here. Actually, we'll fade it. Make that 8. Go back up here, fade that. Makes it a lot easier than just typing in all the commands by hand. Turn on the vibrato about here and make it nice and subtle. Nice. Just copy paste that. Let's mute it here so we're guaranteed to be off. And let's do the vibrato up here because I don't want to start another command column. I just want to start this with a flute. Yeah. Change the duty cycle. Go. Do, 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 6, 5, 4. Do, do. Start this one a little later. I can't explain why, it just feels right. Yeah, that was a good decision. Whoops. Let's take that out of here. Whoa, hey, I'm doing something here. What happened? Oh, yeah, we'll just leave this as a C sharp. Cool. Do boom, boom, boom. Yeah, all right, that'll work well. The harmonies, the minor and major are kind of stressing me out a little bit right now, but let's see where we're going. It shouldn't come down from the D sharp. Because then I can go back up to major, which I like better. I can go nice and low with the sawtooth. That's too low. Bass! Yeah, that's way nicer with the major there. Set this back to 0. Maybe 1. Whoops. Boom. Move this over to 16, yeah? Woo! Hello. Man. man, I got in the alt trap where you hit alt accidentally and you're like, why isn't anything working? It's because you hit alt, you're in the menu now. Slows me down all the time. Whoops. Ding, ding. Do, do. Whoa, that's not right. Do do do. Bam. Do 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 do. Bam bam. All right, cool. Let's make that happen. Whoa. I cut too early. What did I cut out here? Dom. Why am I still on tremolo from all the way like back here? Because I forgot to turn it off. Here it is, 7F7. I don't need to be on that whole thing for the whole rest of it because... Let's do a trill. Nope, too fast. So I'm gonna have to revert to triplets here, using that trick that I showed you before. GG, GG. That's the GG method. So 1 and 2, and then 1 and 2. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I won't make this an even triplet, so it'll be like... Yeah, there we go. I hate this run here. This is stupid. Why did I put this in here? Ah. I'm just gonna do a freaking trill here. Whoops. Whoops. GG, 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 GG. GG. Muscle memory failing. GG. One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two. I could have copy pasted this, but whatever. Sometimes it's just faster to just do it. Now I'm going to do a little trick here. I'm going to copy this volume command. Copy it. Now watch what I do here. I'm going to take it up 3, mix paste, and then take the whole thing down by 3. Now this results in some artifacts, like the D will be the D both times, but it generally gives you a dot 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 dot. So I just need to go through and make sure that I don't have any Fs in here that are still Fs. Whatever, good enough. So it goes this. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's what I want. You know, I kind of want them to be the same though. I'm going to undo all that and just not change the... I can't undo that much. Maybe. Let's see. Nope, that's all I got. Whatever. There. Now, last but not least, I'm going to put some delays in here on the volume down command. So it doesn't go dugga dugga, it'll go dugga dugga. That's what I want. I want the dugga duggas. See, it gets more obvious as we get louder. And I forgot to put in the 2's in here, the guz in the dugga equation. Wasn't part of the deal. We had a deal, Kyle. You can barely hear the V00 in here. I'm starting to... Put this back over here. So it'll go really down really quick. Needs to go down even more. And then let's delay the, I want to have it dip down for a good while in there. So I can start the vibrato down here. Whoa, too much, hello. Mm, 72 would be good. Bring it up to E and then back down again. We're fading all over the place because I want it to sound like it's swelling. All right. Got that done. Let's fade from the D. Screw it. F. Fade from here to here, and then again from here to here. Put the vibrato in here. This will be a little higher. The lower you go, the more numbers you got to put in the vibrato because it's a non-linear scale. So going re 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 will sound like re when you're down. If you want to get that vibrato, you got to use like a really high number, like an F, right? So I wasn't exaggerating. That's what it sounds like. Too soon. Too hot. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Dum bum. A, let's go 987 89 A B C D E F, and then fade it. Yeah. Whoa, yeah. I put vibrato almost on every held note because it just sounds better. But I got to remember to turn it off because I'm a joker. Just for a little extra emphasis, I'm going to move to the one channel just for that note. It just makes it a little more lyrical. And I'm going to do the same thing down here with 2. But there's no way getting around it. Actually, there is. I don't have to make the second column yet. I'm not out of effect. That doesn't sound good. Maybe 2 here would sound good. That's a... This is where the whole orchestra has been in the low strings. Actually, I had that stuff set up. I could just play what I'm going to play on there and turn this off for a second. Check it out. Change to normal mode. Okay, where's my Cubase? Come on up there. Oh no, it's saving data. Come on, this is not what I wanted to be saving data. Why don't you bring my project up, dog? Oh, it's going to beach ball forever. Come on. Don't do me like that, Cubase. We're gonna have the strings coming in and going like, if I could find them in here. I got 150 tracks in my MIDI setup. Ugh. Got the whole orchestra loaded at all times. Hey, dropping mice all over the place too. It's raining mice. I don't even know. Yeah, I'm gonna have to mute this other channel. That doesn't work. Well, I'll do the easy thing and just take out my MIDI cable for a second. I'll put you right. I rested it like in but not plugged in because anyone who's plugged in a MIDI cable, you know what I'm talking about, where you're like rotating it, trying to get it just right. You're like, did I bend a pin? Oh, there it goes. So it's going to be like that. I didn't stop it there, so it continued ringing out. But yeah, hey, what's up? Oh yeah. I love getting good news. I can't say what it's about yet, but it's really good news, so this is hyping me up to do more work. I never want to stop this. I want to work all day. I mean, I'm going to anyway, but I mean on stream. I'll stream all day if you guys will watch me. All right, so anyway, we're going to have the orchestra going behind it, but it's going to be like, I'm going to have timpani going on there. I'm going to have the kettle drum, this kind of thing. What are all the sounds coming out of nowhere? Where's the timpani? I need a better templating setup because, you know, it's going to have the real orchestra instruments behind it. So it's going to be like a full hybrid track. And it's going to get really epic towards the end. You'll see. Like Mozart is classical music, and it's really kind of just like, you know, everyone thinks, oh, you're listening to that while you're at the DMV. If you listen to it, some of it is hard freaking core. What are all these Windows sounds all over the place? I don't even know what. Who cares? Okay. More. Let's keep going. We can never stop. Wait, let me get my Twitch window focused again so I can talk to y'all. How are we doing today? Oh God, we got 183 people watching right now. Hello, welcome to Mint Potion. If anyone's just joining, I saw somebody mention, I forget who it was just now, mention that they didn't know that I went by Mint Potion. I don't go by Mint Potion, that's my studio name. It's the company that I've started to stream us working on our day jobs. So I'm trying to combine my love of streaming and my love of writing music without getting in trouble for working on streams when I'm supposed to be doing music. It's like, let's combine everything. Let's get it so that I'm not ever in trouble for doing the wrong thing at the wrong time. And all my clients can see what I'm working on, so they're not like, where's Jake? Why isn't he working on my thing? Tune in to Mint Potion TV, and here we are. All right, so, next. Whoa, hello. Note skip. Woo! Here we go. Oh, God, I did it wrong again. Hey. All right. This time it's going to be right. Watch. Yeah, but it was the wrong thing that I put in. Man, I'm all kinds of clumsy today. There we go. But again, I'm going to do my GG trick. Oh, yeah, that makes it delayed. So, but what it's delaying isn't the note. It's the turning off of the note. So I get a little bit more note out of it before it cuts off. Doot, doot. Now let's also reduce the volume when it turns off. There's a lot we can do to the volume just by shaping it with commands and effects. Whoa, hey, there's still timpani playing. That's not cool. How did I even get around that last time? I'll play an audio track. Doesn't have any MIDI on it. Okay, cool. Back to business. What happened here? It got delayed. let's get some shape to the triangle track. You see how I have all these little lines in here? I gotta cut off the notes so they don't bleed together. Do. Do. Bow. Well, ding, bow. I could do bend down here. Check this out. That makes it a little more shovel knighty and a little less classically, because they don't do portamento bends like that on a bass unless there's a really good reason for it. Whoops. Now, I gotta make the harmony for this. Pick it up where it left off. Let me see if that works. Yeah. And then we do this thing again. Not just like that, though. Whoops. Let me see if that harmony worked. If it did, and that whole arpeggio went in without a draft, I'm gonna scream. Yeah. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, screamed. Okay, that doesn't usually work on the first try. Whoops. Oh. Whoops. Started at F, and then fade it back down. I have two mice here, so I'm trying to figure out which one to do. Oh gosh, there it goes again. Oh man, somebody get Hertzstubble to fix this where you select and you drag up and it wraps around. I turned off wraparound pattern editing and it still happens. Is there some setting I have wrong? I have multi-frame selection off. I have overflow paste mode off. And I have wrap cursor and wrap across frames off. But for some reason it still goes to the next. I'll submit a bug report. But that makes it hard to select stuff at the top by just dragging up to the top. Whoa, yeah. Whoop.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Good. Let's get that in the sawtooth and mix paste over this. Nope, that's not going to work. This is what I'll do here. Wait. Whoops. Brown, birdo, oh yeah. Oh yeah. I was starting my run, but I forgot about the banana. Do. So you remember that? Dun 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 dun. Right? So I'm gonna bring that motif back into dun 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 dun. So you have the freaking the full experience with the motif. But I'm not gonna phrase it as a seventh like that. Dun 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 dun. Do 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 do. It starts on the 120th second. Leave this in the same pattern. You know, I'm gonna start a new one. Yeah. Well, not there. Cut here. Oh yeah. Do 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 do, and then you start here. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum. And we'll make it kind of slower here. You know, I shouldn't though, because I'm trying to have people cut the video to my stuff, so it should be a constant tempo probably. Whoops. Oh, that's why. Dump, da dump, dump, dump. Nope, too much. Six, and then fade it up. and I'm not going to have all of them in the same rhythm, because when you have an orchestra playing a syncopated thing like that, some of them will be a little swingy, and some of them will be like dun dun da dun dun da, and some of them will be like dun dun da dun dun. There's a very subtle difference, but it's like 1 or 2 ticks. You start to get a sense of 60ths of a second when you're a tracker. That's one of the nice things about mod tracking. All right, so dum ba dum bum. Did I already copy this? I don't know, but I'm doing it again. And then I'm going to heavily chorus this. Whoops. Not enough. And then this will go here, like I said before. Doop-a-doop, boop, derp. Gotta go from here, copy it over here, and then we gotta put it in VRC land. Nice effects going over there, guys, keeping the show going. Dum bum bum. This needs to go sooner. Now it can go up an octave and then up 4. And then up 3 and down an octave. And now this one will be in its original form, but in a different instrument. There we go. Do 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 do, and then up. There we go. Doop. Ba-doop. Whoop, whoop. I don't like that sawtooth being high. It should be dum, not dum. Okay, now is the next part. Well, no, let's press on. I can either go back and polish what I have and make it more epic and cool sounding, or I can just continue going on. So, this music is for Spectre Night, and it's for the trailer that's going to be played at a very special event. So it's got to be butt kicking. So I'm going for the full orchestra treatment along with all the chiptune stuff here. It's going to be a hybrid. It's going to be chiptune with orchestra over it. Man, I'm getting hot and sweaty in here. I don't know about y'all, but it's getting a little toasty in here, and I'm starting to become slightly moist. So I'm going to take my jacket off. Oh, yeah. And I'm wearing a Trapple King t-shirt because it's like the only shirt I had clean that fit, and it fits with the theme, kind of. Sorta. Sorta my thing. All right, let's roll. No hints, but it's a thing. It's an event. We gotta do some vibrato there. Whoa, 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 whoa. There's some weird harmony there. I've messed something up. What is that now? My saw channel's all messed up. No, that's not it. It was messed up, but let me just retime it. Wow. Okay. Let's fix that. That's why. It's the whole thing is offset. Oh, yeah, yeah. First of all, this is way too intense. So I'm gonna have to take it down a bit. I'm stuck in alt hell again. Let's do this. Not too much of a cutoff. Oh, also, it's in the wrong instrument, so I gotta put it in 16. Goosh! Oh, wait. There you go. So I'm gonna put these every other fourth row and still have the cutoff here because this is a long echo out. There's a long ring out. So if I just leave it there, it's gonna sound kind of janky. But I'm gonna put these every two so it goes dun 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 dun. I got my order confused. All right. Let me go back and be a little more careful. Wait, what? All right. There you go. There's something wrong in here. this is still off. Let's do 63 here. Oh no, I've run afoul of the vibrato. Clunk, clunk, clunk. So I can't go that. Man, every time. There are certain notes past which, if you're doing vibrato and it clunks into the next note, and it only happens at certain pitches, and it makes it so that you can't do vibrato there because it'll go clunk, 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 clunk. See, watch what happens if I make it like 4, 6, 9. You hear that in there? So we're just gonna do 6-2. I don't know. Yeah, I don't even like that. I'm gonna make it a little slower. Alright, so we go down here and then copy this twice. Whoa! Put a little vibrato in here. Might be too much. Whoops. Hey. Dum. Goes up to F. Bend it down to 8. Oh, crap. Even if the volume of... Oh, man. Every time. All right. By hand. Much faster. I don't like that being high. All right, let's see what we're doing time-wise right now, because not on the stream, but on the song, because it's got to be a minute and a half long. So I want to see how to pace it for the rest of the when it explodes. I mean, it's already going to be intense here, but it's going to get even more intense. here's where it kicks into. All right, so we're a little over a minute now. So, all right, now I'm gonna go into some weird, interesting territory because I'm gonna do a series of modulations that are gonna go all over the place. So check it out. Just started out with that one little assuming G sharp here. Well, hey, it would be nice if I undetune that. And I also lied, it's not just going to be a single. It's going to be so it's going to you. All right, so here's a little trick. Actually, forget it. I said anything. I'm not going to show you a trick right this second. But I'm going to take my thing down to 2. All right, so I am going to take the A command, which, watch what it does. And everything in between. The lower the number is, the less it fades it out. So I'm going to make a fading instrument to approximate a piano sound. Do the same thing on this channel. And then let's make sure that our VRC instruments are behaving the same way. Because A4 might be too much for them. Yeah. All right, so this is a whole bunch of mumbo jumbo, but listen to what it sounds like. Right? It's a whole lot of stuff happening there. So it'll be something like this. Whoa. What? Hang on. What's up? What's up? What happened? What the fuck, really? Oh my god. Really? What is with nature? Alright. Yeah, man, Shovel Knight music is important, but it's not as important as human lives. I mean, it's one person's livelihood to work on this music, but we gotta respect. Alright, let's have 60-second moment of silence. I'm gonna pause for a second, and I'm just gonna think. Mindful and hope that everybody's doing okay. Alright, folks, in honor of people who may be in either displaced or worse, let's try to do our best and keep going today and try to get some cool stuff done so we can inspire those around us who need help. And then have time later to touch base with anybody who we know who might be affected. All right, let's make music. Nope. Ah. No, it's you abrupt the transition in there. It sounded better in my head. Ah, God. I wish it would know to automatically. If you could have a default instrument for a channel, that would be superb. Do 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 do. Man, I gotta turn my thing up to 4. Whoops. All right. So what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to copy the same thing twice and then erase every other note. So clear out this. So it'll sound like a piano exchanging notes between the two. Clean this out. Now we do the same thing over here. There's probably a faster way to do this, but I'm so used to doing it this way. Just, oh God, I'm so used to not screwing up. Delete every other note. So it goes 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 on there. Now check it out. The piano will sound a little less constricted. Whoops. Boom. Okay. Whoops. I wasn't. What is that even in there? Whoa. Okay. Now, we're going to take this A down again, so it... So what I'm doing here is sliding this down again, and then I want it to fade back up, so we can have this nice little violin in here. And vibrato it so it stands out. Too much vibrato. Moving on up. Do 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 do. Wait. My whole harmonies are... do, 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 do. Whoa. Dun, 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 dun. Whoops. What is messing around over here? Whoops. Nice. Okay, so we're back on track now, and we are. I'm putting in notes for the bass melody now, so. I don't like that dunka 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 in there. I wanna do 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 do. 1 1 2 3 4. Whoop. Do. Doom. Dun da dum bum bum. Da dum. See, I'm bringing back that dun dun da dun dun dun. What? Oh, what is that? No. Now it's time to go back and make sure that my pianos are turned off so I can go into the next pattern and it's not going to go dong. It's going to go ba as long as I want it. Actually, I don't know if I want to take that off. It'll be more thick that way, but I'm not sure it's going to sound better. We'll find out. Yeah. I'm going to fade it down to 9 and then back up. Whoop. Oh, come on. Let's fade it to like E from like 6. No, let's fade it 6 down to E, E down to 6, and then fade back up to 9. Whoa! What's going on here? Do I still have the freaking... Do I have... Oh, I know why. Because I'm resetting the volume every frame. I don't know, man. I kind of like that. Yeah, that. And then I can do the, check it out. Yeah. Yeah. Dum, bum, burn. Oh, what? But, come on. Yeah, a lot of these. Oh, come on. All right, I'm gonna copy all of these and then mix paste because it'll only paste what I'm looking for. G, remember? Oh, yeah. Actually, I don't want this one to be G'd, so it's going to be 1 and 2, and then 1. So let me see if this sounds good. Doo, doo, doo. Yep. Bow. All right, we're gonna go back to doing the da da bun up. So, doing this again on every note. What is it? Just yeah, it goes until there. Alrighty. Oh, fast forward, rewind. Come on, yeah. All right. Doop. Do. Anyone should recognize that noise, yeah. There's a reason that this chord gets so big, because guess what we're gonna do next? Dun 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 dun. You won't believe what happens next. Ding. So it needs to cut off here. Da, da, da. Dun, 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 bum, bum. Brum, bum, 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 bum. Mm, mm, mm. There we go. Bum. Oh, that's why I wasn't hearing that. I was like, what the? Whoops. There we go. I want it to be lower. There we go. So that needs to go later. I made it too early. Dun 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 dun. It's gonna go with the timpani in the background. It's gonna be super epic. Okay, let's keep going. Keep going. How are we going in here? You guys having fun in the stream? I'm sorry I'm not paying too much attention to the chat right now, but I'm in flow mode. I'm in the zone. I'm trying to get this thing done so we can get this trailer out the door. So I'm working fast, but I'm still trying to pay attention to you guys. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is just one of our many shows. If anybody's just tuning in, we do this 4 days a week, guys. We are fully online doing our day jobs, which for me is Shovel Knight music and a cartoon and another video game and all kinds of cool other stuff. And that's just me. We have a whole team of people all doing their own thing. It's great. And working together too. Like Robbie will mix all of my music for the cartoon after I'm done with it. And we'll record brand new original stuff. Tommy's working on stuff. We got a whole crew here that's doing amazing stuff on the stream all week long. Every single week. We're consistent now, so. Oops, wait. I had stuff down here and I just messed it up. Oh no. Here we go. Oh man. Mouse wheel scrolling sucks. It sucks all the time. Especially in Family Tracker. I can make it. My mouse has one of those little clicky things. It's like either infinite scroll or like clicky scroll. So I'm making it clicky scroll for now. I'm not going to do that. Augment in there. I mean, diminish there. Got to get all the harmonies. I'm gonna have this going. Do 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 do. I'm gonna have it fade down to 6 and then come back up. Yo. Hey. There you go. Put some vibrato in there and Bob's your uncle. Too much, maybe. Too much of a good thing, right? All right, so I'm going to turn off this. Whoops. Little run up here. But I got to do my GG trick again, remember that? 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Maybe 61. Yeah. Yeah. Pick it back up. Yeah, let's just do a standard triplet GGs once more. Yeah, there we go. So now I can detune this because I have it playing the same notes. So check this out. This needs to be drastic because the VRC6 doesn't seem to operate on the same frequency table for offsetting all the time. So, whoa, too much. Man, I gotta cut this off faster because it's supposed to dun dun dun. Bum ba da dum. Let's bring this back up to E. Fade it back up again, and I want this one also to. Yeah, it's not gonna work that well, but it'll still cut off when it needs to be that. If I fade like a proper warrior should strive for. Just that little bang at the end there. None of these volume commands are going to be executed right here, especially because it's cutting off. But I'm just keeping it in place in case I decide to remove this. I'll already have the volume laid out. Yeah, let's give it a little bit more of a oomph, a little bit more. Let's start it down at like 5 maybe. Go up to C. All right. Now, we got that, we got that, we got that. Now we fade down from C to 5. Fade down from C to 5. From E to 5. And from F to 5. You hear that swell at the end? Let's keep this one in here just as a, let's move these down a little bit. So that a little more of an echo. Good game. Delay the note. And then we're going to do another run downward. Whoops. go down one more. Check it out. Nope, because it's still minor. Whoops. E3, so let's... Whoa, hello. So here's where it cuts off. Ooh. I'm gonna fade this down. Oh, maybe not. You know, I'll just do a straight triplet on this part here. Bum bum. All right, let's see what we're at for time-wise so far, because I gotta move. I gotta make sure that I get the climax in there at the very end. Okay, let's listen and see what we got so far. There might be, I might stop it and have to fix something because I just hear it and whatever. Check it out. Did I start it earlier? Whatever. Let's listen again. No, yeah. Okay, okay. So, oh man, we're at about 136. So I need to bring it home. I need to basically take it out. And if you guys want, if we have time and like there isn't a whole bunch of crap going on right now, I might just start working on the orchestration too, because I got to finish it tonight. So I might just leave the cameras on. Whoops. Woo. No, I don't want to start. I'm gonna copy that and put it here with its instrument, so I can. All right. All right. Let me play the climax to pick up the trail where we left off. So, Whoops. Whoops. Oh, come on. Whoops. Oh, God. Do 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 ba-dum. Hold up, hold up, hold up. I'm being offered food and I'm still hella full because I ate a giant burrito right before we started. so I'm just like, I don't want to ever think about food again. Besides, I'm like completely in the zone right now. Whoops. Burp. Okay. Do 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 do. Do do. Got that triangle. GGG. Oh, wait, no, this isn't GGG. This is SSS. What this does is I could do one of these here and just cut it off, but I don't want to do that because it's half of the space that I have, so it's going to go half on, half off. Do, do, do. I want it to go do, do, do. So I want it to stop right before the next note. So I can do this, SO2. This is how you get the Mega Man bass. Instead of doing this. This is the equivalent of having just a line there, S00, because it cuts it off instantly. Where this line would be is now an S00 doing the same thing. See, it's really staccato, kind of choppy, but I want it to be more connected, like so. All right, so now's the moment you've been waiting for. This is the Spectre Night. Hang on. So I saved the best for last. Whoa, that's not the best. Sorry, guys. Whoops. Whoa, that's not the best either. Whoa. For anyone not knowing what this is, it's the Spectre Night theme, but I've twisted it around to be all old and weird and like a different form of it, basically. Wait, that's not much of a fade up. hear dun 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 instead of dun 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 dun. Whoa, hey, by the way. Uh. Whoa. That's not necessary. I forgot I had to put that lead. Oh man. Whoa. I don't like that. Dun, dun, dun. I think I should have. Dun, 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 dun. Mm-hmm. Take this down to like A or C maybe? Yeah. 7 to C. That works. I don't like this. I have 3 stacked up, so I'm going to offset this one. Whoa, hey. I don't even know about that, the F sharp in there. what I was thinking instead. Whoops. Trying to find which harmonies need to change. That's what I was looking for. Okay, I didn't want to do that. Man, I can't preview it. Yeah, I can't even. It's too fast. It doesn't give enough sense that you're moving into that dominant chord there. Oh God, I didn't set the offset back. So I'm gonna put that here and replicate it. Am I even in? Yeah, I'm not. Boom. I want to give it that double. Boom. Whoops. Whoa. Surprise attack pitch. Man, freaking. It better have deleted what I just wanted it to. Where even was I? That's awful. want to keep that as a D flat and have it pedal. Check it out. See where I'm going? So I don't want that. I want it. Whoops. All right, so dun 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 dun. So I can start with that in the final pattern. Dun 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 dun. Maybe the second to final. Dun dun dun. Oh God! Again, this is the constant story of my. Actually, I don't need this. I could just copy this phrase over. Dun 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 dun. Shovel Knight. Oh God, it's gonna be so rad once I put the visuals on it. Oh man, come on, come on, come on. All right. Boom. All right. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Boom. No, 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 no. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. And I'll fix that up, of course. Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. dun, dun. 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 Do 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 bow bum 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 bum. F, everything to F, full on, just 2D orchestra. Do bow. Do 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 do. Oh, da, 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 da. There. So now I'm gonna just go. Whoa. And I'm gonna take the speed down for this final moment. So I'm gonna bring it up to 4. All right, now it's time to do some noise. Ready for some noise? Wait. One, two, three, four, bah. It's a 32. I want to double this part here. Whoops. Dun, 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 dun. Let's put this in DPCM because I'm not using it for anything else on Shovel Knight. But I gotta get craftier than that. So I need to be 3, 4, 3, 4. I'm gonna like 3, 3, 4, 3, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 4, 3, 4, 4, 4. Let's see if it screws up the timing. Oops, it would help if I also did that. Five. 4, 5, 4. So I'm basically fading up, kind of dithering the tempo a little bit. It would matter a lot more if I had more than just dun, dun, da, dun, dun. Nah, dude, I'm not doing the grooves just for this one slowdown. I'm gonna do this by hand because that's the way to do it. It slows down exactly how I wanted it. I would have had to figure that out with the grooves. That's a pain in the butt. I'll use that for other stuff though. It's exactly the slowdown I want. Whoa, yeah. See, there's a function that lets you do tempo changes like that automatically, but it's what I want is very, very, very precise slowdown. In fact, I want to start dithering up. 4, 4, 4, 4, 5, 4. All right, 20. So. All right, great. All right, let's hear where we're at right now. I may want to add the noise channel. I may just do that with orchestral cymbals. I'm not sure. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. There you go. God, what? Oh no, a C, not a D. No. Anyway, I gotta go fix this. Anyway, this is an overhanging note. You probably heard it if you were listening, but the bass doesn't cut off. Check it out. It don't. So I'm just gonna go. Well, that's not even what I'm close to what I'm gonna do. Or maybe none of this will work. Yeah. Whoops. Why isn't my note entry working? Well, that's perplexing. Am I in edit mode? Well, that fixed it. That was a bug. I also don't like this thing up here. That's a little too much. And in fact, I could put it in this channel instead. So what I'm going to do is put this here for temporary, move this guy over, move it over here, change it to piano. Oh, yeah. Yeah, put that in here. Music try kick. Oh, yeah. And as we get closer, we're going to give it a little more space before cutting it off so it sounds like it's fading up. That's a little not enough, actually. We'll start it here. And then we'll delay this by 1. All right, let's listen to the whole thing. And that's our trailer. Okay, couple things I heard that I gotta fix. There was a vibrato that didn't cut off, and also in that channel that I fixed earlier. Is it earlier than that? Let me just see what doesn't have data going into it. I gotta cut off my stuff when I start it. The next channel, so that things don't hang over. It was this. That should be. This probably won't pan out because I already got two voices doing this, and I don't want to parallelize it too much. There's too wickedy. And then, additionally, in the same section, the vibrato wasn't cut off. So let me just make sure that there's none happening in here. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We got it done. Let me do some finishing polish. And then I'm going to take a break for a little while and then come back and keep working on stuff. But for right now, I gotta take my steam cleaner back, or I'm going to be out like $100 for a late fee. So, oh man, it's at home. Man, I suck. It's 8 o'clock and the thing closes at 9. I missed my chance to get home and get that thing packed up. All right, well, I'll do it tomorrow, and I'll continue working on this, because F it. Although, I don't know if I can do it on stream, because I don't know how my my Cubase setup is gonna work on this right now. So I might have to go offline anyway and pick up once I have my orchestra set up. It's on this machine right here, but this monitor is what I'm working on the PC on, and it is kind of set to the output on the video stream, so I may have to reconfigure some stuff before I can work on that. All right, let's listen to it one more time, guys. Let's listen to all the new stuff we have, because there's a lot of people here. All right, so I've written all these tracks for the new Shovel Knight expansion. There's only 4 of them so far. So here's the first one. If you guys remember the Plains of Passage, you know, level 1 of the first, the original game, the first starting area. This is a new version of it, and I'm not going to tell you what's happening, but I'm going to tell you it's at night. so that's Planes of Passage. All right, now there's mini games in the game, and I'm not telling you exactly what they're for yet, and there's a variety of them, and they're different. So these are, when I say I've been studying classical music, it's for this. It's for so that I can do these kind of tracks. And there's going to be like a half dozen, maybe more of these, probably more. Dude, it's so hard to be minimal like that and not completely blow it out. Like freaking Mega Man drums and freaking bass solos. Okay, here's another one that I wrote this one on the last stream. And the reason we didn't announce this one ahead of time is because I wasn't supposed to write a song that day. I was just dicking around with Spammy Tracker, trying to get it set up so that I could work on future stuff. But it turns out I was like, well, what if I just did it? And then 4 hours later, there was a whole song. It was an accident. So, okay, so here's the second one. Okay, there's some glitches in here. I don't know what the heck happened. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Yeah, there's like I think I was testing out my keyboard and it accidentally was in note edit mode, so let me fix this. Oh man, are you kidding me? That was like, I was like really happy about, man, that's what happens when you tap on your MIDI keyboard. All right, so let me fix that. And then I'm gonna sign off for tonight. For now anyway. Let me get all of these spurious note data out of here. Burp. Ding, ding. There's more. Oh God, are you kidding me? Boom. Right before the... Man, come on. I go to select and it just messes. Also, I wanna pop this out. Whoa, crap. And yeah, again, don't worry about noise in the don't worry about volumes in the triangle channel. I'm gonna get rid of all that stuff before I clean it. That's one of the things I gotta clean up, because all right, let's make sure I got everything. Okay, great. All right, now let's play the one we just played now that y'all have a clear head, so you can hear it one more time. And this will be my final for right now. But keep in mind, we're doing this every Monday, and I'm going to be working it whenever I'm working on Shovel Knight. If we're not already doing another stream, which you should tune in for anyway, but if we're not already doing a stream at the time I want to work on Shovel Knight, I'll just turn the camera on so you guys can watch. Because I want this whole process to be public if possible. I mean, realistically, I'm going to have to work nights and weekends, like around the clock, and, you know, can't keep the stream on the whole time, but I'm going to get as much done on here as I can for the game. Without spoilers, of course. All right, let's listen to the Spectre Knight trailer, and then I'm going to call it for tonight. Here we go. Just under 2 minutes. That was the spec. They're like, make it a minute and a half to 2 minutes, and I'm like, I'll make it 1 minute and 53 seconds. You know, that's how because I can't stop. I'm like, just one more coda, just one more ending in here. I gotta do. That's the thing about classical music. It's just a series of endings over and over again until the song is done. If you listen to like Mozart's sonatas, there's like playlists on YouTube all it is just endings. The most impressive ending you can come up with over and over and over again. Make that chord resolve into a beautiful like da da da, and then da 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 da, and it goes on to another part, and you're like, wait, I thought the song was done. So yeah. All right, I'm hyped. I'm gonna do some orchestration on this, and maybe I'll turn the stream back on if I can figure it out. But I do need to get it done tonight because they're waiting on it for the official trailer for me. So that's that. All right. I am going to cut out for now, but please watch us in the future. Come back tomorrow. We're going to have, in fact, I might actually be doing more of this tomorrow. I don't even know at this point. We usually give free music lessons. So we have a bunch of guys here, and sometimes I'll jump in too. And they give lessons on Ableton Live. They give lessons on music theory, like playing blues scales on the piano and guitar. And then we have a drummer coming in to teach. Dude, Mid Potion's where it's at. You guys got to come and chill with us. So yeah, thank you so much for coming by. And thanks to everyone who got the word out. And we will be around the whole rest of the week and next week and the week after. So thank you again, and I will see you soon. Peace.